Okay, we're back with more Shenmue 3. I'm going to be playing for slightly shorter this time. Thank you, Yukipo. Good shopping day indeed. How have you been? I'm dreading the Super Mario Brothers Illumination Entertainment trailer. Gonna make me want to die, I think. You're super awesome. Thanks. Appreciate that. Gotta do something with the ducks. How do I talk to the duck guy? Is there a different way for me to get in there? Today's the last day. We live in a world without the trailer. At least something like Space Jam 2 is like a shit show in a way that's interesting, but I hate Illumination Entertainment so much. Stand against everything I stand for. So I did a bandwidth test to Twitch for about 4 hours before starting streaming and didn't see any issues. I've been having issues all week, all last week, and all the week before that. I also got confirmation from my Comcast guys that they don't see any problems on their end, so... hopefully we don't see it again. I want to get to the ducks. How do I get to the ducks? Like come here on a different day or something? Oh, here we go. I have to stand further back.
Sorry, but are you Wen?
That I am.
I have some questions.
Forgot about that t-shirt.
That all depends on whether you're willing to help me out a little first. You can ask me whatever you want after that.
Sure.
The ducks went into hiding. Mind finding 10 of them for me?
Of course.
Huh?
It's kind of
got other business
right in the
to
open,
attend
but
to,
okay.
So I'll be counting on you.
Guess I've got no choice.
I have no choice. I'm glad they brought this back. Oh, we get a different little icon for the duck instead of a chicken. It's effort. I love his stance for this. They didn't exactly go into hiding, though. I've done your bidding, sir.
Thanks for the help. You're pretty good. Wrangled ducks before, have you?
No, but I have experience with chickens.
Chickens? You're a funny one.
It's a really funny
So,
thing to just say to
want to
somebody
ask
without
me?
context.
Someone at the restaurant told me that you have seen the red snakes.
Red snakes? Leave me out of that conversation, young man.
So you know about them?
I've seen them around New Paradise.
New Paradise?
Yeah, they come and go around that place with all the games.
A venture area, huh?
Will that be all? I'm busy too, you know.
It's interesting they chose to call that, always translate that as venture.
Almost forgot. There's your reward.
Oh, thanks.
I'm always hiring
That's
if you're in need of a job.
Better pay and faster
Thank you
than
very much.
logs. What a camera angle.
Excuse me.
You here for a job?
Actually, I'm here for something else. Do you know the way to New Paradise?
You seriously don't know? It's up toward the promenade. Go around from Vendor Avenue.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
No, this only just now got unlocked.
Hello, Mr. Wen.
Come to help out again, have you?
Sorry.
We've got to catch the ducks they're going to prepare. I'd be forever grateful if you could help me.
Sure.
So, what do you say? You'll do it?
Sure. I'll help.
Thank you kindly.
I just need to catch more ducks today, right?
Got a lot of fast little guys today. It shouldn't be a problem for you, though.
If I get paid more for being faster. Oh my god, that's twice as many ducks. The stance makes sense, but it's still really funny looking. Being real kind to me on the B button there. Love the music for this too. Like an airship battle. Shit. This ducking stance. Damn, who needs forklifts?
Hey, good work today. Oh, you're fantastic. Just as I expected.
I'm not that good.
Here's your pay. Gave you a little extra today.
Okay, thanks.
Do come back. You've been a huge help.
I don't know why the camera defaults to that. That's kind of funny. I wonder if it's like that was the stance you were in at the end of the last cutscene when you grabbed a duck. Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Welcome to the Peking Duck House. Thank you for coming.
Do you know the way to New Paradise?
Yes, it's past Heaven's Fist. There's no straight shot. You've got to go through Vendor Avenue.
Got it. Thanks for the tip. You got a minute?
What can I do for you, Rio?
Which way is it to New Paradise?
You're
Hey,
going
Dumbad.
to New Paradise? Oh, are you sightseeing?
What?
I've almost finished my work, so I'll show you around.
No, I'm going alone.
Makes me wonder if they had the
I'm not
leading
sightseeing.
thing from Shenmue
Oh,
2
really?
So how do I
and they
get
cut
to New
it.
Paradise?
It's annoying.
Oh, right. You can get there from the promenade if you make your way through the stalls.
Vendor Avenue. Got it. Thanks.
Be careful, okay?
Can't ask 5 people to take you and abandon them all. Yeah. New paradise. Okay.
Excuse me.
Welcome. I may be old and wrinkly, but my fish are young and fresh. Can I interest you in one?
Do you know where New Paradise is?
New Paradise? New Paradise is up above the promenade. Have you been to the arcade up in the promenade? New Paradise is across from it.
Hey, that's helpful.
Thank you very much.
Hey, Crybaby. Yeah, Pikmin 2 is featured on someone's sub-block, so I play games either because people have voted for them or because they're featuring them on their sub-block if they're a Twitch subscriber or a patron on Patreon. So the person who put it on could put it on their sub-block again, or it might get added to the voting spreadsheet. If it wins the vote, I will play it some more. I enjoyed it, though. I'd be interested in playing more and checking out the later Pikmin games. There's a FAQ link under the stream if you're interested in seeing how like the voting spreadsheet works and how sub-block works, that kind of a thing. If you were interested in seeing how likely that is that it'll get added again.
Excuse me.
Hello there. Come by for some dim sum if you get hungry.
Do you know where New Paradise is?
New Paradise? New Paradise is up past the promenade. If you make your way up the promenade, there should be an arcade. It's right across from that.
Okay, thanks.
Not getting a lot of new information. I was hoping I was eventually going to get someone to just point at it, but... Lion Smart Ball. Competing Smart Ball locations. Must be talking about this thing. Oh, okay, I've been here before. Adventure area.
New Paradise. Is this it?
Ask about the red snakes.
Excuse me.
Hello, and welcome. Welcome to the Muran Cafe.
Have you seen any of the red snakes around?
The Red Snakes? Ah, those pests.
What happened?
They really made life hell for us recently. They just tore through here, either drunk or drunk on power. They knocked all the dummies over and flipped tables. It was horrible. If Mr. Sue hadn't shown up, who knows how bad things would have gotten.
Mr. Sue?
Mr. Sure?
The martial arts teacher at Liu Ha Hall. He tossed them out of here in no time. Serves him right for picking on us.
Mr. Sure at Liu Ha Hall.
Yoha Hall. Is that on the sign up here?
Do you have a minute?
What?
Can you point me toward Liu Ha Hall?
Sure. It's on Blossom Road, just ahead.
Good to know. Thanks.
Really impressed how few times they like wuss out on the every NPC has an event flag update thing, right? Like you'd think there'd be a bunch of people who'd be like, "Oh, I'm too busy right now. Talk to me later." There's actually more of those in Shenmue 1, I feel like.
Excuse me.
Hello there. You enjoying yourself?
Actually, I'm here for something else.
This guy's voice doesn't match
Do
his
you know
face.
the way to Liuhe Hall?
Might I ask for what purpose?
Well,
Yes, well, it's close by.
okay. Thanks.
Well. Hero's way of being like, I don't hear business. Specialty goods. Blossom Direct.
Excuse me.
Hit me.
Is this the way to Liuhe Hall?
That it is.
I'm looking for Mr. Schur.
Mr. Schur? I haven't seen him today, come to think of it.
Okay. Thanks.
Come by again tomorrow.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
Haven't seen Sure romanized like HSU before. It's interesting. Come to Liuhe Hall again tomorrow. Okay. Well, in that case, I have time to spend. So, we're already done with Horse Stance. I haven't maxed out Rooster Step yet. I think I have to go all the way back to base to do that, though. Hit me. These games are pretty silly. So I think What's Groovin' is my favorite. Boro. What's groovin', bro? I'm gonna look for some herbs while I'm out here. You can also turn in herb sets for skill books, right? Flush with cash right now, so I should try to buy some more food. Ginseng? Ginger. This is deep in the wilderness outside town. I think that's cinnamon. I think that's one of the rare ones. Hey. Am I sitting in any food right now? Not really. All right. Try to head back. Need to pay my respects to the 5 Americans photo. I tried looking through the game files and it looks like they're all too hidden. Maybe try taking like a screenshot of it and then seeing if I can do like a AI cleanup of it or something. Maybe it'd be funnier to just like take the screenshot and then like blow it up all artifacty and awful and then get it as a painting. I have family members who do that. They have a bunch of like pictures in their house that are just like 320 pixel by 320 pixel compressed JPEGs they found on Facebook that they just like right click print on and then like blew it up. Oh yeah, it's a nice picture.
I've got to eat something.
So red health comes back here. So I could buy some black sesame dumplings. Those sound good. What's up?
Excuse me.
This is a dumpling cafe. Come in if you'd like.
Hi there.
This is a shop meant for older townsfolk on their way to worship at Huaxiao Temple. It's hard to get comfy here, but take your time.
Thank you very much.
A rare bit of custom dialogue for when you don't actually have any questions to ask. Can't buy any dumplings though. It's depressing. Burger shop, let's go. Hey Chaos, how you doing?
Excuse me.
Welcome. Sit wherever you like.
Um,
Can you handle a bit of heat? Let me know if you want it mild. I personally like it hot.
I see.
I see. American retro, real American retro diner. Good luck with the haircut. Big part of the reason why I have long hair right now.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
My sister is a cosmetologist and my best friend used to be a barber, so for a very long time I was able to only get haircuts by people who like knew me personally, which avoided all of the like dumb anxiety associated with getting a haircut normally. There's a correlation with the length of my hair and the distance from a family member or friend who will cut it for me. Should just get over myself. It's not that big of a deal. I can't control my chemical anxiety, so. Yeah, sounds about right. That's great, Chaos. My sister actually offers that as a service. She has a, I forget what she calls it. It's like an accessibility thing, quiet cut or something like that, where you can, when you're booking online, you can specifically request for a quiet cut. Which is good from her perspective, because she's like, you know, sometimes she doesn't know if the client wants a quiet cut until after she's already talked them up for 20 minutes and made them uncomfortable. Last year I tried the No Shave November thing because I can't grow a beard worth of shit. And it completely failed. If you go back and watch VODs from the end of November 2021, I look horrible. So I'm trying a month early this time and keeping the mustache off because my mustache looks really gross. It's still patchy and bad. I'll just keep increasing it by a month every year until I permanently give up on it when I'm in my 50s. I love fresh oyster. Don't I ever? Alright, well, I'm all the way down here. I may as well head over to the skewer stand. I think that's the most price-effective thing right now. Friendship ended with onions. Friendship ended with wood cutting. Well, the wood cutting's nice because it's so close to where you start out here.
Excuse me.
Yo, what's happening? Hot, tasty skewers. What's your pleasure, beef or pork?
No, actually. I'm good.
I just grilled them up. Look, they're smoking hot. I won't say anything. Just fill up here first.
Nice, Jan.
Thanks anyway.
The longest I've ever gone is like, I think it was that month last year, the month of November without shaving. I just have patchy shit on the sides of my cheeks. I hate it. Like, I can't fix it. Oh, get the ultimate bulk discount. That's actually insanely well priced. That's just from talking to him a bunch? That's more efficient than onions. Such a thing could be possible.
Whichever you choose, you can't lose. They're both damn tasty.
Pardon me.
Hot, tasty skewers. What's your pleasure?
Rio has
beef
this
or
like
pork?
vendor that he.
Besides, I'm cheaper. Way cheaper.
Thanks anyway.
Curious if he extends the discount any further. That's probably the maximum. What's up, Bobby Chan? Okay, that's still pretty good, though. That's funny, yeah.
I better eat something before I fall over.
I'm gonna go chop wood one more time, just for old time's sake. But I think from now on, I'm a duck man.
Hi there.
What's the matter, boy? Never seen a log being chopped before?
Sorry, but I don't have
You've
time
seen
to
me
chat
chop?
right now.
Okay, whatever.
Well, I suppose it isn't all that common anymore.
He probably does. I should
This
check with
town may
those
have
later.
electricity and a bat.
I see.
Talked to him
Even
about this
splitting-
before.
Chopping wood, huh?
It's hard work for little pay, but you chop quicker than me.
Let me chop some wood.
Of course, young man. Good. Yeah.
Next time I see my sister in person, I might ask her to just remove the length a little bit.
That's the way. Yeah. Just like that.
Just like that.
Bullseye.
Aw.
Bullseye.
Hoping to get a 3 in a row for old time's sake here.
Yeah. Good. That's the way. Yeah.
24-hour firewood.
Bullseye. That's the way. Bullseye. Good. Yeah. Just
It's
like
funny,
that.
Johan.
Bullseye.
Come on. Ooh, lights just came
That's the
on.
way. Just like that. Good. Just like that. Good.
I think it's too late.
That's the way. Good. Yeah.
Excellent.
Impressive for such a young man.
No, I'm good.
Didn't think so. There are plenty of easier ways to make money, after all.
Finally know what he's referring to. And by plenty of easy ways, he's talking specifically about the duck guy. He doesn't want to tell me his name, because then he would lose my business.
I've got to eat something.
I'll do a couple more phone calls now that I'm flush with duck cash. Yeah, right.
Hey, Shenhua.
Hideout.
I found an abandoned boat with a red snake on it at the Sonari Road Pier.
A red snake? You don't think...
The red snakes might have brought Yuren here.
Yes, Ryo. I had a feeling.
Did you?
I paid the shrine a visit in case anyone had seen anything.
And?
And I nearly got attacked with a broom.
A broom?
The shrine maiden there mistook me for one of the red snakes and tried to chase me off.
The maiden did that? How awful.
She quickly realized her mistake, but it seems the red snakes attacked Liu Zhao's shrine.
How low will they go?
The shrine maiden was devastated too. I wish we could help them.
Me too. That poor maiden.
Theo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
What's up?
Excuse me.
Hello, dear. It's 5 yuan for one telephone card. If you're gonna make more than one call, you should buy a bunch of cards.
5 yuan a pop, huh?
Hey, it's not up to me, so?
Always laugh when she says it's not up to me when her face is literally on the cards. I'll get more than I'm going to use here just so that I don't have to talk to her next time.
Thanks. If you're gonna make more than one call, you should buy a bunch of cards.
I have to remember what I already asked here so that this isn't a huge waste of time.
Hello?
Oh, that voice! Is this real?
Yeah,
You still in China, man?
that I am.
Alright. You find a new girlfriend while traveling?
Well,
Last time I said uninterested. I'll say yes this time.
now that you mention it, I think I have.
Alright, Vito! Way to go!
But she's really just a friend.
Really? But she's a girl too, right?
Yeah, she's a girl, but girlfriend isn't a word you just throw around.
For real?
I'm not really sure what else to say, but I don't think it's a coincidence that we met.
I love that he friend zones her even in private.
It's like destiny, Rio.
Like, what?
She's the one, Rio.
The one?
The one! And you gotta protect that girlfriend like it's your life.
As I was saying before, I'm going to go. But let's talk again sometime.
Sounds like a plan, man. I'll be waiting.
I guess
Later, Tom.
Tom maybe isn't worth calling multiple times because his 3 questions are all not about different things. Got one more person to call. It's weird that they changed comrades to my friend here.
Father Sky.
9 dragons.
Mother Earth.
My friend.
Father's Heaven became Father's Sky too, right?
I'd like to speak to Master Chen.
May I ask who's calling?
This is Ryo Hazuki.
One moment, please.
You do this like code word exchange just to like hang out with Guizhong for a bit.
Oh, it's you, Guizhong.
I was just talking to my father about Tal Shao.
I see.
You met the Grandmaster, didn't you?
Yeah.
I see.
But she was
What were your
scary.
impressions of the Grandmaster?
Well, incredibly strong.
That much is obvious. You're no match for a master.
What?
Just being honest.
Well.
You
well.
never change, do you?
How is your father doing?
Same as ever.
I see. I really owe him one. I wish I could thank him again in person.
Appreciated. I'll tell him next time I see him.
Thanks.
Call again sometime. It'd be great to catch up some more.
Sure thing. Talk to you later.
It's cool that they went to the trouble to add the telephone card. It's just a handful of conversations,
I
and
should
it's
call
cute.
it quits for today.
I should call it quits for today. That's enough of that. All right, you ready for 5 Americans? You know I'm ready for 5 Americans.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Problem with me trying to pull a screenshot of it is I have to get it so it doesn't have the glare from the light. I guess I could stand over here. Pay my respects. I love, like, everything about this. The like, normal-ass font. The, like, shadow effect behind it. The fact that Americans isn't capitalized. It's great.
Looks good. Guess I'll take it.
Phone time is over. This is 1987, so this is pre-texting. Can't be like, what the hell are you cold calling me for? Text me like a sane person. She frowning in that shirt. We're good. Let's go. Gotta go do some rooster stance.
This room is absolutely filthy. Can't they move us?
Okay, I'll do something about it. Just calm down, all right?
I want a luxury suite.
That guy looks like a Dragon Ball Z character.
Don't make me repeat myself. Clean, spacious, great view. A room fit for a queen like me.
Nothing but the best for you, my lady.
The music that plays when you run into them. The rich couple from room 207 are still in the room and still complaining.
Hey, you.
Interesting how, like, different characters are
pay for your room
more or
tonight.
less caricatures.
Don't tell me you don't have any cash.
No, I do.
Rio still kind of looks like he did in the Dreamcast version. I generally approve of the switch to more like stylized caricature faces as opposed to photorealistic ones in the original game.
Good morning.
Morning.
Be careful out there.
Hmm?
Those thugs are out there somewhere.
Yeah, I know. You should watch out too.
Right.
Stay away from anyone suspicious looking. Then come find me.
Okay, I will.
Rooster stance. Rooster step. I feel like I should do some nostalgic horse stance at some point too. I'm sad that I maxed it out. Although they do all this stuff in the town to make sure that you can't see anybody popping in, but this place you always see it.
Rooster step, huh? Maybe I'll give it a shot.
Guessing it maxes out at 7, like the other ones. Anyone notice any buffering yet today? It's been really bad all week. I'm gonna check Twitch Inspector here. Thanks for confirming.
Should I keep going?
Going for the endurance level. Not gonna quite hit level 6 here. One more.
Should I keep going?
Alright, I haven't changed anything, so... I don't see any instability events in Twitch Inspector, but also streaming live looks completely different from doing the bandwidth test where it's just a flat line. Also, I assume if it has anything to do with transcoding that you wouldn't see that in a bandwidth test. Alright, Rooster Step 6. Soon we'll be done with this. I'll be sad.
Maybe I'll practice some more?
Nope, that's good.
Maybe later.
Perhaps another time. Hey, Bren, you walking into the wall there?
Ren.
Hmm? Oh, it's you.
What are you doing here?
Me? Nothing much. Just squatting in the room on the second floor of the ferry terminal.
Oh, yeah?
Now that you mention it, where are you staying at?
Hotel Niawu, near the port.
That big-ass hotel? Well, aren't you special?
I didn't ask for your opinion.
Hey, whatever you say, man. None of my beeswax.
Good. Let's keep it that way.
Rio comes off it's so weird when he's not polite, like it makes my skin crawl. Especially since he still says it with the same polite tone. He does it a lot in Shenmue 2. That's where I was starting to think that maybe the series is about revenge corrupting this, like, youth.
A part-time job?
Oh, I missed this earlier. I come here sooner.
Pardon me.
Do you need help? I'm the tour guide for Niawu, so I can help you find just about anything.
I want to go to Liuhe Hall.
It's over on Blossom Road. Head straight into the heart of the promenade, just up ahead.
Okay, great. Many thanks.
Any thanks. Still mad about the vending machines. Where Ren's staying. be talking about all the signs in here about hiring, right?
A job with a forklift?
He's so happy. Yeah, let's do that for sure.
Excuse me.
Rift Tamblin.
Hey, kid, this is a restricted area.
I want to go.
The one on its way.
Got it.
I'll come back later. Imagine there's someone in there that you can get the job from occasionally. No running. I know that this game is going to end without any resolution to the plot. Goes without saying. I hope Ryo goes back to Japan and brings Lucky Hit home with him.
Even a fruit? What kind of fruit is it?
It's, you know, that one fruit. Isn't that right?
This is a monk fruit, a Guiling specialty. They call it a spiritual fruit. Great for your skin and beauty.
Oh my.
All right, we'll take them all. We'll buy the lot.
The thief! Somebody help! Somebody catch him!
Stop there!
QTE time? Whoa, I was expecting to go left there. Jeopardy lockout thing is getting me in trouble here. And then Ryo died. Ryo doesn't take stairs.
Damn.
Damn, that's unexpected. Really? Damn.
Thank you.
Oh, damn.
Wait!
Final boss QTE.
Move it!
You're funny.
You want to die, Gramps? Whoa! Whoa! Hey! Hey! Hey!
Who are you?
Can I learn from you? Are you a master?
As you can see, just a cormorant fisherman.
Teach me that move or you hit him in the butt. Way to warp me all the way back to the hotel.
Excuse me.
Huh? What is it?
Would you please give this to the couple in 207?
What?
Please.
Fine.
I have to talk to Mr. Shi at Liu He Hall.
Yeah, it's like fishing by using a bird, right? I think that's a thing in RuneScape, which is why I know what it is. It's like going falconing, but you catch fish instead of like rabbits and stuff. Actually, want to go this way. Oh, wait, no, it's on Blossom Road. It's a pretty awful training method in RuneScape. Very attentive. Supposed to give you both fishing and hunter XP, but you have to click too much for it to be worth it. Blossom Road. Game is really pretty.
Excuse me.
Hit me.
I'm looking for Mr. Shi.
Extremely long and not very interesting.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
Plus, if you're already spending hundreds of hours grinding the game and need something in the background. Yo.
Are you Mr. Shi?
Yeah? What do you want?
A jolly face.
I heard you fought off the Red Snakes in New Paradise.
You Japanese?
Yes.
And you do martial arts?
I do.
Then why don't we talk with our fists? I'd love to see a Japanese fighting style. I'll tell you anything you want to know after that.
Anything?
Yeah. Well, I mean, anything I know, at least.
Don't threaten Ryo with a good time. That's nice, there's just sparring here. Should be doing this more every day. I think I can change it after that.
Can we talk now?
Yeah, a promise is a promise.
I hear you fended off the Red Snakes in New
I
Paradise.
really hope that doesn't have me skip the
They were
XP
threatening
gain.
the folks at the
I don't think it
Muran
does.
Cafe.
What did they look like?
There were two of them. One was thin, and the other was big as a panda.
The same pair that was at the bustling diner.
So, you've met them already. They're called Lu and Sheng.
Yeah.
Wait! So you're the out-of-towner that helped out the dried goods vendor?
Yeah, I guess.
I heard about that. Let me thank you as well.
It wasn't anything.
The Red Snakes are really running loose. They even attacked Huaxiao Temple. Talk about bad karma. But there's nothing I can do against an entire gang.
I fought an entire gang before.
Do you know where they are?
You ever heard of the Mad Angels?
There's a casino called the Golden Goose in New Paradise. They often gather there.
The Golden Goose.
Thanks, dude. Let me check skill book editor. Fortunately, these are all mastered. To turn some more in. Yes, I think there's a pawn shop here somewhere. Tough guy herbs. We don't need money. Cafe. Original crackers. Basically like Cheez-Its. Don't want to hear the song. New Paradise. Golden Goose. Whoa, are these like some of the Kickstarter backers? Okay, that's actually a pretty funny way to do it. Presumably some of the more expensive ones.
Excuse me.
Are you in need of tokens?
Never mind.
I see.
Excuse me.
Hello there.
I hear the Red Snakes come by here.
I'm not at liberty to answer questions of that nature.
Ah, okay.
Welcome. Do you have a VIP card?
VIP card?
Do I have to play a certain amount of
That's
games?
right. The room up ahead is for Golden Goose VIPs only.
VIPs have their own room? How do I become a member?
You fill out an application and submit it to the Golden Goose. The process takes about 2 months in all.
2 months? Isn't there some way to speed up the process?
Well, there is. But first you would need a referral from a VIP.
Ooh.
Just tell me who to talk to.
I'm afraid that's simply impossible. We must respect the privacy of our valued members.
Of course.
Find a VIP member.
Excuse me.
Welcome to Lucky Hit. Please give it a try.
Can you introduce me to one of your VIP members?
No time for conversation. I need you to play Lucky Hit.
I need you to play Lucky Hit.
Who are your VIP members?
Red Snakes are nice, but how about Lucky Hit? Give it a shot.
Okay.
You just let slip that they're all red snakes? Okay.
Greetings. Welcome to the Golden Goose, your palace of pleasure. Do you require assistance?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she's a like random Asari voice actress from the Mass Effect series.
If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask.
Thanks.
Cinematic photo.
Excuse me.
Hello there. Would you like a photograph? I shoot everything from scenery to portraits of beautiful women.
Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
A VIP? I get lots of Golden Goose customers, but I don't know who the VIPs are.
Okay. Thanks anyway.
Oh, he's got 5 Americans.
VIPs are rich, aren't they? So go find some rich people.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
Well, I've got some rich people.
Excuse me.
Would you like a photograph?
Yes, he has it. The most important purchase I'll ever make. Men who work at the harbor with a range of opinions on foreign countries. Yeah, right? Just spend all my money on that. Hey. Dong, right?
Oh, you've chosen a fine piece. You have a good eye.
Damn right I've chosen a fine piece. Glad I popped in here. I mean, there's a zoom button. Rotate all I like. Classic.
I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Oh, welcome. Could you do something for me?
Huh?
I got a date with the girl from the cafe next door.
I see.
I want to give her a present and ask her to be my girlfriend. But I don't know what she likes. What should I give her? Please, could you ask her what she likes?
I love the generic jazz music concert poster from 1964 in the back there.
Will do.
Really? This kind of thing has to be a surprise, so I can't ask her myself. Make sure you ask her casually.
I'll do my best.
Thank you. By the way, we got brand new models in. Want to have a look?
Oh, damn. Buy an electric bass. Oh, the music's funny. Yamaha BX7, trombone. I love all the instruments to include.
Swing by whenever and have another look.
I assume having those in shops is literally just for flavor, but like it seems like a lot of work to add all these items that 99% of players will not buy, right? Try to listen to the lyrics. I don't think it's in like Chinese or something or Japanese. It sounds like it's a bunch of English. Like I heard them say heaven and catch and a few other things.
Sorry.
We don't need to become trombone
Don't you
champ.
want to take a break? Come on, have something sweet.
Excuse me.
What? Oh, please excuse me. I'm just so happy.
Did something good happen?
Oh, it's the same from Shenmue 2.
Well, Mr. Zhou from next door has asked me out on a date.
Right.
I wonder where we'll go. I wonder what he likes. I can barely contain my excitement.
What kind of things do you like?
Huh? Well, I like a lot of things. But I'd have to say I like flowers the best.
Flowers?
Yes. Flowers can make your day so much brighter just by being there.
I see. Thank you.
Huh? Come again?
I love the unwillingness of the voice actors to like literally read the laughing lines. Like they always try to do their own little spin on it. They will not say tee hee hee or ho ho ho.
Finally. How'd it go? Did you find out what she likes?
Yeah. She likes flowers.
Flowers? What kind of flowers?
Huh?
Maybe I should open up a flower shop. If it's not too much trouble, could you find some flowers for me? Ones that you would send to someone you like. I can't leave the shop right now.
Will do.
Thank you. By the way, we got brand new models in. Want to have a look? I've also got all the latest models.
Excuse me.
Finally. Did you get the flowers?
Not yet.
Really? If it's not too much trouble, I...
Will do.
Okay, so I gotta find a flower shop.
I've also...
Lord of the Hats. That is a fucking incredible name for a store. Oh, hey, pawn shop.
Oh.
Great new
Are you
models
worried
and all
about
the latest
money?
model.
I'm not a rich man by any means. Oh yeah, you can also trade items if you have a complete set of them. Let's see what you got there.
Okay. Look at this capsule set. Where is it? Scroll past it. Where's all the ones that I had like a billion of? But hold on. Wagon bus. Oh, okay, these are the rarest items from other sets. Oh man, that's fucked up. Okay. Oh, you can get some stuff from collecting all the shop cards. Okay, that's a pretty good reason to go for that then. Every last drop, delish dumpings, nature's yeast, Nihao flowers. I gotta go there anyway. Greenhouse, whole greens, village vegetable, dim sum, foreign food stuff, exotic books, dusty pages, piece of palm. Okay, just trying to kind of put these into my brain. Nature's yeast, huh? 29 monster trucks. Man, there's a lot of optional kung fu stuff. Huh. Termite mushroom. Elephant phone card. Okay, so because I don't have any of these crow dippers, I can only do Grievous Strike and Tiger Thigh.
Nothing like a good, honest trade. If you dig up anything else, come on back. You hear?
Sure. Okay, so we need to have Tornado Kick. I want to have Ground Kick, but I don't care about anything else. XAB. AABY. Rise Cafe.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Yeah, I can eat some of these.
Go on, take your pick.
Straight into the hats, huh? Cannot equip.
Do come again, sir.
How could they add all those hats and not let you equip them? It's cruel. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Already did Smart Ball Center. Crazy dim sum. Dim sum's really good. I don't know if I have any good dim sum restaurants near me. I'm trying to find an Ethiopian place. My wife's out of town this week for a science conference. He's in California. I was able to get some Ethiopian food, and I'm super jealous. Well, those look familiar. Damn.
What's that?
That is a rock only found in Bailu village.
Phantom River Stone.
So you know of it. Why would a traveler like yourself?
People seeking this stone came all the way to Bailu.
What? Come to think of it, there was somebody rather inquisitive about this rock.
That's rather curious.
Isn't it, though?
Sounds familiar. I know Cam Clark's in this.
From the Red Snakes. He was asking for names of stonemasons and their whereabouts.
The Red Snakes. I knew it. Do you know where they are?
I know this is their territory, but I have no idea where they're holed up.
I see.
No, if you Google Shenmue 3 voice actor, it autofills bad. No. That's not true. It's not even like... It's definitely not true in this game. Because they hired a bunch of professional voice actors. Yeah, right.
Well, I don't mind if you just look, but try not to touch anything.
Yeah, he sounds pretty familiar. Through the additional voices list here. Cam Clark is the only name on the list that really like jumps out at me. I was like, oh yeah, I know who that is. Zodiac engraving, that's kind of cool.
I only stock genuine articles, so have a look. You might learn something.
There's actually not a lot of specific voice credits for all the rando NPCs. This guy's Han Shuaiwei, if you want to look it up, but good luck. Fried dried goods. Saramanda. Sushi Heaven. Cash First Pawn Shop. Newest trend fashion. Instant fried rice. Kitchen castle. Let me talk to the guy about the bargain Buddha. This guy also sell 5 Americans.
Greetings. Please peruse my selection, which exclusively contains works by known artists. Come on back, even if you're just looking.
Excuse me.
Thanks.
What?
Hi there.
Okay. This game is weird sometimes.
Pardon me.
Care to pick up a little snack for the road?
Do you know anyone who might be a VIP at the Golden Goose?
You'd best not go punching above your weight. Take it from me.
I wasn't trying to.
It's a whole different world out there for rich folks.
I'll, keep that in mind.
Issa Pawn was one of them. See it while I'm looking around, let me know.
I found it.
Such a cool minigame. Anything that like rewards you for looking at all the cool custom art they made. Onyx. There's cute little like toy ducks that are camouflaged in with everything else they have. I know I need to get some of them to get some new kung fu moves. Light and Bright seems like a rich people's shop.
Excuse me.
Hello there. How about a light that can brighten up even the darkest, gloomiest home?
Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
A VIP, eh? Seems like quite the dream.
Anything else?
I go to the Golden Goose, but I don't see any VIP folks.
Okay. Thanks.
Have you asked the fellows at the port?
Huh?
They go there just about every day.
Maybe they know something.
Okay. Thanks.
That's a good tip. Thanks, light salesman. Haircuts. Chicken Emperor. I think there's one in the Western bookstore. Disguised as a book. Could just be on one of the shelves, too. I feel like if I were doing a 100% playthrough, this would be the thing I would be most excited about, tracking these down. I appreciate that the pawn shop gives you the list of the ones to look for, too. That's nice. I think one of them was here. I think there were, like, multiple bookshop. Hmm. Hey.
This is it.
Calculated. Golden Buddha. Rare faces. Whole green sounds right. Eggplant one would be pretty funny. So much effort into modeling all these little places. It's really impressive. Hey!
This is it.
Big fan. Guess I'll write them down next time I'm there. I don't remember the full list, unfortunately. I need to get more moves, though, so I can get higher attack XP. Yeah, flowers. There was one here.
Excuse me.
Good day to you. Let me know your budget, and I'll make the perfect bouquet or wreath for you.
Actually, I have a question.
Whatever could that be?
Is there a certain flower that's good to give to someone you like?
Oh, do tell. Do you have someone in mind?
Huh? Actually,
You don't have to say a word. I know a boy in love when I see one. For times like this, just any old flower won't do.
Just 3 months' salary.
What you need is a dreaming maiden.
Dreaming maiden?
It's a traditional flower given to court the one you love. But we don't sell them here.
Huh?
That's bad salesmanship.
Dreaming maidens don't last long. They're prone to wilting. I don't know how to raise them. You have to give them soon after picking them.
Where can I find them?
They should be all around Niawu. They grow in places with a lot of moisture. If you're going to look, I'd say you should start along the river.
Thanks.
While you're at it, won't you buy some of my flowers? Let me know your budget, and I'll make the perfect bouquet or wreath for you. Oh, don't be embarrassed.
Okay. Thought there was one here. Y'all spot it, let me know. Oh, there it is. They're pretty good at camouflaging them.
This is it.
Yeah, right. Joseph Kitchen's fried noodles. This may have been one too. Greenhouse. Oh dear. Gotta speed things up, I think. That is a stuffed cat. Okay. Dreaming Maiden, you say? Was that it?
I found it.
Hurry up, his date's real soon. Where's that random customer who I asked to get me a flower for me? Gonna let me down. I know it might actually be timed because I failed that quest to get a soccer ball for the little kid, and he was like really disappointed. Turn on the heart rate monitor.
Excuse me.
Finally! Did you find the flowers?
Yeah.
Thank you. All right. Now I just have to tell her how I feel before the flowers wilt. Oh, but I should thank you first.
It's nothing.
Nonsense. Let me tell you something useful.
There's a secret fishing
I know
spot.
where you can
Oh
find
my
a
god.
secret fishing spot. You know the warehouse of the port? There's a rocky reef right behind there. You can catch huge ones there. Give it a visit sometime.
Thanks.
The gratitude is mine. Thank you. By the way, we got brand new models in.
I think
Wanna have a look?
it would be fine if the secret fishing spots weren't already marked with a
also got all
little
the
fish
latest
icon.
models.
Okay. We do it because we love the hustle, not for material rewards. Although material rewards are great too. Guessing I have to talk to the rich couple. Mooncake. No wonder I was having trouble finding that earlier.
What's this? Guess I'll take it.
The Worst Stand. Pretty good name. Collectible desserts. Aha.
So you were here.
That's my favorite one. He said that the first time and I was so confused. Like, what? One of my favorite things in any video game, the dog ending in Silent Hill 2. He walks in and is like, so it was you all along. Oh, there should be one here.
I found it.
So you were here. What are you doing today, Rio? Oh, you know. Ray buns. Fruit feasts may have been one too. Sad I can't get any of Joseph Kitchen's fried noodles.
So you were here.
Got his already. Oh, there is one at Foreign Foodstuffs.
I found it.
Kung Fu Tussle. Beautiful baubles. Range. Battle Shop. Oh yeah, I tried talking to her already. She has the weird frozen cat on her desk.
I've got to eat something.
This might have been one. Village vegetable. Aha!
This is it.
Perfect. Don't think Fruit Express was one. Nice.
I found it.
Hidden among the turtles. They let me turtle race?
Turtle race, huh?
This isn't your first turtle rodeo, is it? Good. Then I don't have to explain the rules. Go and play.
Oh, it's actual cash.
Now, place your bet. Okay, so choose the turtle you think will be the fastest.
Donatello. I don't get a Donatello option. Leonardo. Cheer on your turtle! Cheer on your turtle! Yeah, for sure. This is a pretty brutal button mashing game. It's very high attention money, so it's probably not worth it. Oh, it gets harder towards the end, too.
You're really good at this. Let's go one more time.
Look at the time. Maybe tomorrow.
Thanks for the Turtle King statue.
It's getting late. This can wait until tomorrow. Hey, Shenhua.
Leo, how did it go at the Golden Goose?
There's a VIP room.
What's a VIP room?
A room reserved for special guests.
So how will you get in?
I just need a referral from a current VIP member.
Do you know where to find a VIP member?
No, not yet anyway.
I see. Leo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
Appreciate their effort to make that look like an actual printed t-shirt. I won the turtle rodeo.
Excuse me.
What do you want?
I need your help with something. Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
VIP? What's that?
Sorry.
You're asking the wrong person. I don't do fancy schmancy, all right?
I see.
There's one thing Nixon's got, it's class.
Is anyone there? It seems nobody's home.
Sure, I'm gonna get the reference from them, but...
Looks good. Guess I'll take it.
Give me 4 apples every day. It's a pretty good deal. Meanwhile, at like actual modern American hotels, you have to pay for any bottles of water they leave in the room. Occasionally gotten free bottles of water and stuff like that from hotels, but more frequently it's like a mini bar type situation.
Leo, have you heard of the Rose Garden?
The what?
Supposedly there's a place in town called the Rose Garden. Does that sound familiar?
Oh yeah, I know about it.
Is it an actual rose garden?
No, it's an arena for fights.
People fight there?
Yeah, all sorts of fighters and martial artists put on fights that people bet on.
Oh, that seems a waste of a pretty name.
It really is, now that you mention it.
It's fair.
I wonder why they named it that then.
Being deliberately ironic. Isn't there a difference now between t-shirts that are printed the way that they've been printed for like decades and there's like a new super cheap printing method that's like way lower quality? You know, that's a big scam on the internet to like steal art and make like a bootleg Redbubble shop. I got Andrea that Friend of Garak shirt for her birthday coming up. It was a nightmare to try to find the actual guy who made the art and like make sure he got the money for it because there were tons of rip-off shops selling the same shirt. Yeah.
Hey, you.
Exactly.
Yes?
You need to pay for your room tonight. Don't tell me you don't have any cash.
No, I do.
For now.
Thank you.
Hey, Shenhua.
Yes, Ryo?
This town has clues. I just know it.
Indeed.
It's quite large, though. We should split up. If anything happens, just come back here.
Okay, I will.
So, talk to the guys in the warehouse in a second, but I've got some training to do first. A rooster step, and we got a spar.
Excuse me.
Have you come to train? You can practice your... You can...
Yes, thank you. Spar.
You've come to spar. This...
That's a pretty cool attack. Also faster to train. Comes out much more quickly. Should be able to master this if I do one more day or one more round of it. You fight like a true Wushen warrior.
Do you want to...
Sure. Rockin' thighs, dude. I feel like there is very significantly more like kung fu training in this game than there is actual fighting, which is great. Also true in Shenmue 1. Shenmue 2 felt like it had significantly more combat. It wasn't bad, but... Attack 9, very good.
Do you want to keep... Come again.
I do like that that's the only way to get attack XP, so even though you can't equip lots of moves, you're still incentivized to get lots of moves unlocked if possible.
Rooster step, huh? Maybe I'll...
One more endurance level and we'll move on. Oops. One's a bit easier to be inattentive on, it feels like. I wonder if Endurance 21 is the highest level, because then I think my health will be maxed out. Getting there.
Maybe I'll practice.
Need to scarf down a bunch of skewers after this. I think I'm getting less XP due to having lower health. Try eating some skewers real quick.
Should I keep going?
Maybe another time.
Never mind. Rooster step. Maybe I'll.
So close to maxing Rooster Step. I guess that would make sense. If you max Rooster Step, if that gives you max endurance, there's no more endurance training mini games after that. I wonder if they envisioned having like tons of these. Okay, I didn't really change how much I got. I think it's just 4 instances to get the level up here. I don't know if endurance actually affects how quickly my health drains, but having more max health at the start of the day certainly helps a lot. As long as I'm not like fully refilling at any point. I just barely missed maxing it. Come on, game. I guess I can always quit partway through. Okay, thanks for the follow. Oh, this is painful. Oof.
Maybe I'll practice some.
Yeah, yeah. Squeeze out that last level, right? Oh, I guess you still have to master Rooster Step 7. Okay, never mind. Work on that tomorrow. Really hard to tell if I get more XP for being in the green as opposed to the yellow. Assume I do. Okay, 21 is not max.
Should I keep going? I'll save it.
Although that last health orb is only like 2/3 full, so maybe you're getting 1/3 of an orb each time. Talk to these guys. Rift Tamblin.
Hey, kid, this is a restricted area.
Actually, I just have a question. Do you know anyone who's a Golden Goose VIP?
I go there sometimes, but I don't know no VIPs.
Okay, thanks.
You're better off asking De Jing's brother about that. His brother took me there my first time, too.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
Interesting. I wonder why they chopped that up.
Pardon me.
What you need?
I'm looking for a VIP member of the Golden Goose. Mr. De Jing, are you a VIP by any chance?
Me? Heck no, I'm just a scrub. You need to be a high roller to become a VIP.
I see.
Ooh.
Speaking of which, though, there's this one rich guy staying at Hotel Niaowu who's been killing it lately. I saw him go in and out of the VIP room.
Hotel Niaowu.
Figured this is where they were sending me.
This room is absolutely filthy. Can't they move us?
Okay, I'll do something about it. Just calm down, all right?
I want a luxury suite.
A suite?
Don't make me repeat myself. Clean, spacious,
Yeah,
great view, a room fit for a
They did
queen
give
like
us
me.
the, there was the
Nothing but
plant,
the
there was
best
the
for you, my
remind,
lady.
right? Then there was the purse event.
Okay, great. Many thanks. Could he be?
Okay, Rio doesn't know that he's in a video game. Exactly.
Rich people. That couple, maybe?
To pay attention if that's a Japanese media thing. Like, I feel like unnecessary flashbacks are really common in like anime type stuff. I've seen it really bad in some video games where they remind you of a thing that literally just happened. Like, Phoenix Wright does that a lot. And it's like, why?
Not in, it seems. I'll ask the front desk about where they went. Excuse me.
It's fun
Oh
if
shit,
you're
I don't
gonna.
want to tell them.
Hey, so?
I think I'm...
What?
Pardon me.
What do you want?
Do you know where the couple in room 207 went?
They didn't like their room, so they upgraded to a suite. These rich people always think they can have their way, so I made them pay extra.
Nice.
Which suite?
Room 203.
Do 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 do.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's you.
His rich pipe.
Can I ask you a question?
What is it?
Are you a VIP member of the Golden Goose?
The Golden Goose? I am. What of it?
Could you give me a referral?
What? I'm about to go have the time of my life with my beloved Shui Hua, and you want me to do what? Isn't that right, Shui Hua?
What are you babbling on about?
Huh?
This is the man who returned my bag when it was snatched. The least you could do is hear him out.
Yes, dear. Referral. A referral, was it? What kind of referral did you want?
A referral to become a Golden Goose VIP.
Coming right up.
Could you wait a moment?
Take this with you, friend.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, man. Now I can become a member. He's so excited. Nice. Yeah, right. You okay there, Shenhua? Okay. Trying to think if there's like a film analogy to explain how ridiculously expensive this game is, but like a really expensive scene in a movie that wouldn't look expensive, right? You can't do something like a crazy long take or a bunch of explosions or a huge cast or expensive clothes, because those all stand out in games that have that kind of high production value. Look like it, obviously, right? Outrageously expensive at the time. This game is outrageously expensive because what it's setting out to do just isn't worth doing in video games most of the time, and never will be. I encountered this really optimistic attitude about like game development and the future of technology making games more powerful and able to do things that they were never able to do before, and I'm very pessimistic about that. I think there are certain things like Shenmue that just no one's going to do this. You can't make this significantly cheaper, you know? There's like a baseline amount of effort that has to go into just testing all of this. That costs a certain amount of money that's just not worth spending. I've got a bunch of these cards now.
Oh, I'm not a... Oh, yeah. Let's see what...
Shop cards, ankle sweep, nice. So I need Koo's Dim Sum, Niawu Gardens, Greenhouse. Okay, there is one at Greenhouse. I just missed it. Nature's yeast, every last drop, and delish dumplings.
Nothing like a good. If you dig up.
Yeah. It's basically 90% lamp bumping. That's almost impossible to notice. What happens when I have two abilities with the same input? Wonder. I think it's net a good thing for the game, but
I got a referral.
they definitely pay for it in terms of the rest of the game's scope, right?
VIP cards are issued at the token exchange counter.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Greetings. Welcome to the Golden Goose, your palace of pleasure. Do you require assistance?
I think that's a
I have
Vina.
VIP member's referral.
Then please see the staff member over there.
Thank you.
Vina Mass Effect voice actor. Anna Fineglass Furman. Give a Shenmue 3 credit. God. No, she is. Other voices.
Excuse me.
This is, if you were aware.
Hi there.
I can.
Okay.
Pardon me.
This guy,
What
right?
can I do for you?
I'd like to apply for a VIP card.
Please note that it will take about 2 months to process.
What? I was told that you can get a VIP card right away if you have a referral.
Do you happen to have one?
Yes.
Please produce it now.
Here you go.
Very well. That will be 300 yuan.
What?
What? You charge a fee?
I collect a 300 yuan processing and handling fee.
All right then. I'll pay. I don't have 300 yuan.
Then please return when you do.
Ah.
All right, it's time to catch some ducks. Let's go. Charge a fee for something only rich people have? Ducks are out by Xiao Temple? Question mark. $1987? Oh, hey, what are you doing out here?
Hey, Shenhua.
What's wrong, Liao?
Do you know of anywhere that's hiring?
Here, you mean?
Yeah.
Why?
No, I
Do you
mean
need
Yokosuka.
money?
It's not just a referral I need. There's also a steep membership fee.
Oh, wow.
So I need to come up with some money.
You need money for everything in this city.
Yeah, seems that way.
The shops here sell everything at a premium, too.
I believe it. Especially compared to Bailu.
Speaking of Bailu,
Yeah?
What is money?
there was a lot of information about this place at the ferry terminal.
Oh, really?
I'm sure you could find some job information there, too.
Good thinking. I'll check it out.
Mentioned a forklift job, but I don't know if it was real. $9. I have to compare everything to how many bass guitars it's worth. This is a third of a bass guitar. Yeah, right. Entry-level forklift position. Oh my god, there's someone else that chops wood? Need some money.
Excuse me.
Why, hello there, young man. Are you here to buy some firewood, or did you come to help chop?
Oh, nothing.
He's like, oh no.
I see. Not many people are burning wood these days. There were a lot of blackouts back when the electric lines were put in. Gas and kerosene shipments weren't very reliable either. Everyone depended on firewood.
Okay.
Okay.
Before I knew it, electric lights and gas burners had become the norm. In the city, there are tons of neon lights and signs with horizontal writing. Some days, I don't know who'll die first. Me or the firewood industry. It won't be very long for either, I suppose.
Okay.
So, I don't know what's funnier. Is it all of the capsule toy machines and the arcade and shit in Bailu Village, or is it multiple firewood chopping vendors after Bailu Village? Because they're both funny and for the same reasons.
Chopping.
They definitely feel like they need to
it doesn't make
justify it.
Let me chop some firewood.
Can you help me, young man?
Does she hang out in the back and cheer me on like everybody else?
Well done.
Nice.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh no. Well done. Whoops. Whoa.
And I want to hear if there's a new song.
Whoops.
Fight this dying industry.
Whoops. Whoa. Well done. That's it.
Hey, new music.
Whoops.
I love that only this minigame gets the ridiculous success music.
Whoa. Good one. Whoops.
I need the money anyway, so I might try to do this until I can get 3 very goods, because I want to hear what the excellent music sounds like.
Whoa. Whoops.
It seems like it kind of like
There you go.
removes the whole point of paying somebody to chop the wood for you.
Good one. Well
Damn it.
done. Good one. Well done. Whoa.
She's the new best person to cheer you on, I think.
Whoops. Well done.
She actually pays pretty well. I don't know if they all have the same pay. It's comparable.
Got a whole bundle. Oh, thank you, young man.
I'm gonna keep going until I either get enough money or
Can you
get 3 very goods in a row. I want to hear what the excellent music sounds like. I love how chill the like starting music is too.
Whoops. Whoa. That's it. Whoa. Good one. Whoa. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done. That's it. Well done. Whoops. Well done. Good one.
Something I find impressive about Shenmue is that like
Whoa.
each game has kind of a different core minigame that you're doing all the time.
Whoops.
Like Shenmue 1 is the forklift. Shenmue 2 is Lucky Hit. This one is the wood chopping mini game. And in each game, whatever they pick feels very appropriate for Shenmue, right? Despite being completely different kinds of mini games. They're all kind of weird.
There you go. Whoa. There you go.
I think this is better than Lucky Hit.
Good one.
Ah, damn it.
Well done. Whoa. There you go. That's it.
It doesn't feel like they have to try very hard to recapture the magic.
You cut a whole bundle.
This won't take too long if I don't get the 3 in a row.
Can you?
Really hard.
Whoops. Whoa. Well done. Whoops. Whoa.
Come on, Rio. You can do this.
Well done. Whoops. Well done. Good one. Whoa.
I have the best luck when I look at his face and try to, like, reproduce where it looked like he was staring when I started.
Whoa.
Fortunately, you can't just mash the A button and chop the instant he comes out. I feel like that would get you very good every time if you could.
Well done. Whoops. Well done.
That gets me more money, though.
Well done. Whoa. Well done. Whoa. Well done. Whoa. There you go. Well done. Whoops. Well done.
Nice. I think it's the same pay, actually. It's like 5 for doing it, and then an extra 1 for every 2 logs.
Let me chop some firewood.
Can you?
I might come just short of 300 here. We'll see. We only let people who can chop firewood for 3 hours into our prestigious club. At least it's less money than the money you have to raise in Bailu Village.
That's it.
It almost feels like they swapped those numbers, right? Like you'd have to get 2,000 here and 300 for the rare liquor.
That's it. Whoa. Whoops. Whoa. Whoops. There you go. Good one.
Nice.
Oh, tough one.
All right.
Done. That's it.
This is the Shenmue 2 Joy music.
Whoa.
I like to think that she's like manning a jukebox or a boombox back there.
There you go. Whoa. Whoops. Well done. Whoops. Well done. There you go. Whoops. Well done.
Mid swing. All right.
I could fall for a man who chops like you.
No, I'm good.
You sure? Come by again when you feel like it.
Probably go catch some ducks anyway, so I can afford a rent in the morning. Here, you remember? Yes, it was. The rare flower? No. Oh, but I haven't gotten that one before. Nice. Or that one. Oh, wait, is this a dead end? Interesting. Cinnamon, very nice. That's a new one too, I think. See a way to get inside there. I think it was actually on the other side of town where I need to be. I think it was closer to by where the temple is with the girl with the broom beat me up. See if this connects going down this way on Blossom Road. No, it does not. Well, whatever. The game will force me to chop wood in the morning if I can't afford rent. We have the little no running sign. I want to make sure they explain why you suddenly are forced to walk.
Pardon me.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to apply for...
Do you have...
Yes.
Please...
Meant referral, but do you happen to already have a VIP card?
All right, then. I'll pay.
I shall now issue your card. Be sure to bring it with you whenever you come.
VIP card. Golden Goose. Azuki Ryo.
I'll need to see your VIP card, sir.
Ah, my card.
How they make you produce it.
I'm a VIP member.
Many thanks, sir. Enjoy yourself.
Oh my god. Okay, so there's combat. This is like the milk bar in Majora's Mask.
I was drinking at the bus.
What a spread.
When this Japanese guy wanted to fight me with karate.
Wow, that's crazy! And then?
That karate punk broke a glass and tried to attack Big Bro with it, but...
But...
Big Bro dodged it by a hair and countered him. That karate
A lot of
whip
protein.
ran away with his tail between his legs. We went after him, but I gotta say, he was a master at running away. I guess that's the one thing karate practitioners are good at. Isn't that right, bro?
Yeah, I guess so.
Amazing! You're so strong!
Hey. Hey.
What's your problem? Bro, it's him again!
How dare you! I won't let you off easy this time!
Straight up hot dogs on a plate. Oh, he's got a bunch of friends. Yikes.
I'm impressed. With this guy. Got you.
Yeah, he can fuck up this shop pretty bad.
Whoops. What was that? Eat this! What was that?
Where's Jen?
Trent?
The stonemason from Bailu.
Oh, that old man. We brought him to our office.
Office? Where is it?
I'll talk. Just let me go.
Where do I find this office?
You gotta go around Hotel Niawu.
Draw a map.
Okay, but I can't draw anything until you let me go. Come on, let go of me.
I think I know exactly where to stop kicking him in the god. You do it a third time? I thought he drew it with an X-Acto knife.
Hey, we better hurry.
Oh boy.
Map to Red Snakes Hideout. I think I ate that food before going in, or I would have been in trouble. Be perfect to hide one of those little guys and scream. Who's leaving this all out to melt?
Excuse me.
Hello there! Want to try my ice cream?
Sorry, but I don't have time to chat right now.
Are you blushing? I like young men like you. Maybe I can give you a little bit extra?
Okay.
Rio, you're so weird. Find that greenhouse stand again. Yeah.
I won't be worth anything
Exactly.
if I don't eat.
Down here, I think. Hey, the marching kid. Power walk kid. Get it, kid. Yeah, so I thought it was going to be the base of one of these little plants. Aha!
This is it.
It's literally camouflage. That's cute. Okay. I did not remember to write down the other shop name, sadly. Get Riverfish. Never checked out my Turtle King statue. Pretty good if I can find someone to sell it to. On shop, I guess. I'm gonna see if I can get away with doing some duck hunting here.
I better eat something before I fall over.
Teleports me home after work because I don't think I need food for it. I'm not sure. Is that the one I need? It might be. All right. It's holding up a whole bunch of upgrades, I think. Oh, it could connect, but you can't go through that gate. I mean, Good River Fish, Angler Extraordinary, Making Duck House.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Kowloon Dim Sum. It definitely felt like going to Kowloon Walled City was like one of the big ideas of the series and explains why it takes place in the 80s. Does Stray take place in Kowloon Walled City, or is it just inspired by it? I guess this place on the cliffs with the cormorant fishermen is pretty iconic too.
Hello, Mr. Wen.
Oh, it's you. You've done all you can for today. Could you come by a little earlier if you want to help? You'll get some good pocket money out of it.
Good point. I'll be back.
He's onto my scam of trying to get free energy restore.
I've got to eat something.
I don't see any instability in Twitch Inspector, but it could start happening if it's a prime time problem.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Trying to avoid eating unnecessarily. Get teleported home pretty soon. I don't think I can fish either, just close to the end of the day. I think you can still woodcut all night long. Still a couple shops I need to look for. They might be over by the docks, actually. I try to make it back to the pawn shop and sell the turtle statue. What's this? Buddha Heaven. Maybe the different pawn shops want different sets too. I'm not sure about that.
I've got to eat something.
Running on empty? Get something to eat.
God, your prices are terrible, sir.
I'll be waiting for you.
My guy down on the docks. So something even more energy efficient than onions. You like the worst store? That's a cool name. Worst stand. Newest trend fashion.
Can I help you? This here's my pawn shop. Show me whatever you're selling. If you have a full set of items, you can exchange them for my wares. So, you want to exchange?
Yes. Mending palm, damn. Unfortunately, I need that crow dipper for everything. It's pretty rare. Charging knee. Okay, so I need, these are all from the harbor. Nature's yeast, every last drop, delish dumplings. I still need Koo's dim sum. I haven't found that shop.
That's not a bad deal. Come.
We have multiple pages of card exchanges that I missed. Let me check really quick.
Show me if you have. So.
There are multiple pages. Holy shit. Oh my god. Ray Buns, Liquor Heaven. Okay, so all the Buddha shops. Wow, there's so much like combat content that's locked behind this goofy mini game. It's kind of awesome. Oh, the worst stand has one. Okay, so I need to be checking more of these stands in general.
Oh,
I gotta get all the Buddha ones.
Can I show me if you have? Well, I'll give.
That's nice that he pays full price for it.
Glad to. No.
Never hurts to haggle. Is it like almost every stand has one? Didn't see Shanghai. What? Thought so. That's my favorite one. It was you all along. Well, the people running the shops never acknowledge it, so it's like it could all just be something that
I found it.
Rio is hallucinating. I guess it's implied that they're like giving him the card for it, right? Oh, nice.
I found it.
It's cute.
I found it.
You gotta say, so you were here.
So you were here.
Right. Got that one already. Do all the Buddha shops. Hoping one of the statues is just gonna straight up be like replace one of the heads, right? Pretty sure all of the Buddha shops had one. There it is. Good place to hide it up there, though. Another high shelf in here somewhere. I don't know where this one is. Give me a hint, sir. Bargain Buddha was definitely on the list. Running out of time. Your seconds. Yeah, they put some work into it. It's funny.
I better eat something before I fall over.
Bummer.
Look at the time. I should get back to the hotel.
He's doing something very important, Rio.
Hey, Shenhua.
Leo, tell me you found out where those thugs are hiding.
Well, we still need to be careful. But yes, I think I know where their hideout is.
So you know where my father is?
I don't know for sure yet, but I'm going to find out.
I'll come with...
I'm going alone.
Alone? But why?
'Cause?
I have to see what we're up against. The Red Snakes are dangerous.
All right.
I'll let you know what I find. Just wait here.
Of course. Leo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
Okay. I think that skip doesn't actually save me significant time.
I won't be worth anything if I don't eat.
Admire.
Looks good.
Can't think of anything that would
Guess I'll take
improve
it.
that. Maybe the names being slightly off, but it's already got enough silly about it. Like it was like Hurry, Bobbert, Merc, Doc, Jones. Yeah, here you almost guaranteed to see it.
Hey, you!
Yes?
You need to pay for your room tonight. Don't tell me you don't have any cash.
No, I do.
I sold a priceless turtle statue.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Morning.
Be careful out there.
Hmm?
Those thugs are out there somewhere.
Yeah, I know. You should watch out too.
Right.
Very close, actually.
Stay away from anyone suspicious looking. Then come find me.
Okay, I will.
I'm gonna go restock on skewers. I'm gonna do my training for the day. And then we'll go progress. It's... It's pretty great. So you were here.
This is it.
Thanks for not letting me miss that when I first noticed it. I didn't realize that it actually gave you something for looking closely at it.
I found it.
Nature's yeast. You know, the very first thing you see when you come here is the little sign, like, the game, like, force pulls you into a cutscene to see it. Bobby Chan!
Yo, what's happening? Hot, tasty skewers! What's your pleasure, beef or pork?
No, actually. I'm good.
I just grilled them up. I won't. Hot.
Yeah, right. Such a good deal.
Whichever you choose.
Whatever you choose, you can't lose. That. Check these shops along the back, I don't think. Millions served. Super tackle. I've been through here. More fishing spots, basically. Does this connect more easily to the docks? That would be nice.
Hi there.
Here to see the cormorant fishing.
Sorry, but I don't have time to chat right now.
The catch here just ain't what it used to be. I've gotten pretty rusty, too. I want to retire, but without a successor, I have to whip these old bones into shape and keep at it.
I see.
I see. It is a shortcut. Damn, I've been going the like insanely long way to get here. Interesting they don't actually have any animations of people cormorant fishing outside of the opening cutscene when you come here. Like the super obvious thing back here behind the arcade. I think there's a door on the other side of the hotel. Alright, let's do training for the day.
Roost, maybe I'll...
Try to get what I assume might be the last endurance level. Come on. I'm gonna see how inattentive I could be with this, and the answer is not very. A little bit requires a little bit less attention than horse dance. Horse stance is definitely the most fun of the three. 1-inch punch is pretty cool. I think it's like 5 now for a level. Let's get sweaty. This is like an actual thing. I assume most of the martial arts is made up. Two more, I think.
Should I keep going?
Hell yeah. Should be enough to max as well. Guessing those are tied together. It gives you endurance levels based on how many stances levels you've maxed. Have to do one more. Almost got it.
Maybe I'll practice some more.
And I can skip this in my morning routine. I know if the premise is like, what if you had a real life RPG? Like, feels pretty different from that, right? I guess it has elements of that. Persona doesn't feel like it's what if you had a real life RPG either, because it's so focused on the social link stuff. And the RPG mechanics are almost totally separate from the like going to school, simulating everyday aspect. I guess if like getting XP to level up your combat is represented by doing these kind of like intentionally mundane training sequences like horse stance, that works. I feel like there's a lot of Japanese games that begin from a kind of high concept pitch, like exploring the woods for Zelda. Okay, that is max endurance, nice.
Maybe I'll practice some more. Maybe later.
Or is it bug collecting for Pokemon? Usually you can like identify the connection between the high level concept and the gameplay that ended up getting released. Here I wonder if Suzuki at all just kind of got lost in the simulation part of it, right?
Greeting.
Sort of.
Wonder. Anytime. The gate.
Thank you.
Training going well? Sort of.
You can. When will. You've come this far.
I'm trying to get one attack level and we'll mosey on out of here.
Here. Here I go.
I would need to hit him to get XP. Probably actually use ankle sweep, so I might want to try to max it before moving on here. Especially since I assume a bunch of combat's coming up. I was going to have to do one more to get an attack level anyway.
Do you want to keep going?
Sure. Try to pick up that really expensive ability I got that required one of each herb, too. Slow. Alright, that's the level up I wanted. Move on.
Do you want to keep...
I'm good. Thank
Come
you.
again.
Rending Palm? Yeah. That looks like the thing I remember using a lot in Shenmue 1. The ka-thunk noise at the end. Oh. Knock down the sign. Pretty silly. Rio respected the sign, which is why I never went back here. Okay. Bunch of warehouses. That's always exciting. Footprints.
him! The Japanese guy who got in our way!
Oh shit.
You've got some guts to barge in here on your own.
Do the threat escalation thing, right?
Where's Red?
Red? That half-croaked geezer or that hard-ass grandpa?
What's
so funny? Show
like
me
his
a good
suspenders.
time, will ya?
Well, I'm in trouble.
You don't want to piss me off.
You're no simple opponent.
Not a chance.
What's with this guy?
Eat this.
Come on.
That's nice. The guy who stole the purse is here too.
Too bad.
What's with this guy?
Nice.
None of you interrupt our fight. Yeah.
I'm gonna have to learn from the cormorant fisherman guy.
So slow. Not a chance. You're done.
Nice. I'm gonna lose in the cutscene anyway. Go learn from that guy on the docks.
Off you go. Train more before you come back.
I think the only downside is that it's like actually quite possible to win, whereas like beating Gollum in the first game is almost impossible. Otherwise, the idea of him trying to go to all these different masters to learn techniques is kind of neat.
Leo, what happened?
Just weird that he always loses.
I went to the Red Snakes Hideout.
They're a hideout?
I heard Mr. Yen was there.
Kick my ass.
My father?
But I didn't see him anywhere. I have to defeat their leader, no matter what it takes.
Are you... Leo?
This is nothing. I'll be fine.
Yeah. I think they're trying to do a, like, condemnation of power levels type thing. Like, it's not an obvious threat escalation. We're not constantly fighting someone who's clearly better than the people we've already beaten, but
You must have
I think they could do a better job to be
Red
like, oh,
Snakes
you need to
are
learn
hiding.
this specific technique to deal with this guy's technique,
Look at
right?
you, finally proving
Like,
useful.
oh, he's really fast. How do you
Might
deal
wanna
with
brush up on your
fast?
fighting skills a bit, though.
Oh, he's really bulky. How do you deal with
Still,
bulky?
You did good, man.
I don't want to hear it.
Leave the rest to me. I feel like I've finally gotten my bearings. Give me a call when you head for the hideout. I'll be waiting up on the second floor of the ferry terminal. Don't forget, I'm serious, man.
Got it.
Because I did his quest. Go get Ren. Earlier, I thought I was going to learn from the Cormorant guy. Maybe that'll come up later.
Hey, Ren.
What? Oh, it's you.
I'm ready. Let's head to the Red Snakes Hideout.
Right on. Let's do it.
Yeah, I wonder if here they would have prompted me to, like, do his side quests for him first, but I already did them.
Hey.
Hey, you punks! Show
Yeah, I don't feel like they need to be doing a, like,
I'm not like the weak.
this guy's a fire elemental and you need water magic as an analog, and I don't think they pull that off very often, sadly.
Shut your traps!
Stop cowering and get him!
You schmucks! What was that?
Out of my way!
Great.
These guys are nothing. How did you lose to them again? Maybe you've lost your touch or something, huh?
Hey.
Nice dodge. He passed the QTE.
Who is this guy? He's a monster.
Failing your QTEs, Ren. Yeah, right. I feel like Dung, they did a good job with him of making him seeming like in Shenmue 2 that he was like a big bad. So now we've seen a huge guy like that already. I guess they could have taken this opportunity to start pivoting Supernatural. I'm glad they haven't. I thought they were going to, given the ending of Shenmue 2. It's always been like on the edge of supernatural, but it's like, no, no, no. It's just like kind of cool Chinese treasures, right? I guess how does Yakuza deal with it? Yakuza, it's more the social weight of the battle instead of it being like an increasing power levels, Dragon Ball Z type thing.
There's no way we can take this gorilla. Damn it. Let's get out of here.
Suppose that's true.
Wowza, that was a close one.
Leo.
Shenmue.
Hoo-wee! Who would have thought you hooked up with a girl?
Leo, who is he?
Oh, this is Ren.
He's the worst.
So, you've already told her stories about me, huh? But that doesn't mean you can leave me in the dark. Where did you meet a girl like this? Hmm?
What's the matter, Ren?
Never mind. It's none of my business. I'll see you around.
Should I give him a death glare or something?
Seriously, that guy.
Maybe we should turn in for the night.
Sure.
Sweet dreams, Leo.
Good night.
I think part of the problem is that like the oh wait.
Hey, you.
What's up?
Yes.
You need to pay for your room tonight. Don't tell me you don't have any cash.
No, I do.
Oh right.
Thank you.
Well, I'm gonna have to woodcut in the morning. Forgot that it actually started me immediately on the docks.
I better eat something.
Must have lost because I forgot to admire this painting yesterday. I also love that it's not like an attempt to paint them as if they were real people or in like a different art style, right? Like this is like in like a, you know, it's like a painted woman. They actually look like they do on the Dreamcast, which makes it funnier.
Looks good. Guess I'll take it.
Somebody over in 1987 Yahoo doing polygon art 12 years ahead of their time. Now do we gotta go learn from the cormorant fisherman? Yeah, I wonder even what you would do. Like, you have to come up with all kinds of different, like, fighting styles and reasons why Ryo can't deal with this new guy, because they have to, instead of it being a Dragon Ball Z power level thing, they have to be powerful for different reasons, right? Like one guy's fast, one guy's muscular, one guy's tanky.
Fighting an actual bear. Well, come on, tight lips, think of something.
Everybody's got a weakness. I'm sure of it. What is his style?
Yeah, he had a weird-looking stance.
I've never seen it before.
He even used some moves that resembled animals.
If we figure out his style, we might be able to find a way to beat him.
You know any martial arts experts?
An expert.
Flashback.
I should talk to Mr. Shi.
Next two. I gotta go to Blossom Road for that one, I think. Alright, max stamina hype. Excuse me. Hey, Ben. Did you just paw my chin? Why are you this way, Ben? I think endurance does affect stamina drain too, because I feel like it took forever for that one orb to go away. That's good.
Mr. Sure.
Oh, hey there. Let's have a round. We can talk after that.
Sure. In training anyway. I have to go back and look at Shenmue 1 and 2 to see if they feel this way, but I think also this game would benefit from more like red herring quest lines and NPCs. Like, even though you have the normal Shenmue ability to talk to anyone to figure out where to go next, the story part is weirdly linear, that you're kind of going from martial arts master to martial arts master, and it feels like the stuff in between is there to, like, kind of pad the time and get you exploring the town more. Which I like that stuff. I like asking around to the different Buddha shops and stuff like that. That's cool. But I guess the problem is, like, I feel like you should have that scene with the Cormorant fisherman and it not be obvious that that's where they're sending us after I beat this guy, right? I feel like there's a couple things in Shenmue 1 that are like, you know, figuring out who the three blades are, and you're like, oh my god, the three blades, and then you're like, oh, it's like, they're like merchants, okay. So that wasn't actually a Kung Fu master thing. But it does get me my breadcrumb to my next thing that I need to find out.
So, what did you want to talk about?
I don't think this game is bad by any stretch, but it's interesting to think about how it's different from the first two. In many ways, it's similar.
It uses a peculiar stance.
That's so.
The guy kept his head low and his arms raised behind him. Do you know what this style is called?
No idea.
There were animal movements mixed in.
Oh, then that's easy. If it was a monkey, that's monkey fist. A crane is white crane. A tiger is tiger fist. Snake, that's snake style. And giraffe, that's giraffe style.
Yeah, okay, I got it. Mr. Shi, do you know any experts in martial arts?
I do. My Kung Fu master.
Your master?
Yep.
Would you tell me who that is?
Grandmaster Bei Xianzi. You can find him at the harbor.
Thank you so much.
Come and spar with me again.
God. Oh my God!
Sure
Although
thing.
actually it was sort of obvious.
You knew Wreck-It Ralph had such skills. Gonna go all the way down. So I'm already on Vendor Road anyway. It's definitely an interesting problem, though, because it's like... I don't think Shenmue needs to be like this, like, masterpiece of RPG storytelling or something, or this absolutely incredible kung fu game. But I do think it should probably be structured in such a way that it's not 100% obvious where it's going all the time, right?
Excuse me.
Here to see the cormorant fishing.
Actually, I have a question. Do you know where Mr. Bei is?
Mr. Bei, there's someone here to see you. He's right over there. Don't think he heard me.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, man. I don't think that's the game's strong suit anyway. I think the game's strong suit is just like the environments and exploring around and looking at all this stuff and talking to all the little NPCs.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm. Can I help you?
Do you know where Mr. Bei is?
Mr. Bei, eh? Oh, he's right there.
Got it. Thanks.
Smoking at the end of the pier.
Grandmaster Bei.
Why do you call me Grandmaster?
I heard you taught Shi Kung Fu.
You know Shi?
I do.
What do you want?
I'd like to ask you about a Kung Fu style.
A style?
It uses a particular stance.
Go on.
He kept his head low and his arms raised behind him. Do you know what this style is called?
Why do you seek this information?
A friend was kidnapped by the Red Snakes.
The Red Snakes, you say?
I want to know the style their leader uses. If I knew his style, I could potentially find a weakness.
So you wish to fight for the sake of this friend of yours? I'm sure you, of all people, understand that martial arts cannot be learned overnight.
Do 5 annoying
Really
things.
have your back against the wall.
If you know, please tell me.
Even if there was a technique, you must possess the basics to be able to use it.
Then test me. Please.
I suppose a friendly spar would help to pass the time. fish jumps, so shall the water jump. It is just the law of nature. It is unreasonable to fight it. Be a tree in the wind. Go with the flow. A long time ago, martial arts were banned. But humans are interesting creatures. They practiced in secret, away from prying eyes, and became stronger. One even practiced atop this very boat. Nam-Tren survived the ban and was passed on in this way.
Stinky foot.
Your kung fu is lacking.
Excuse me, Grandmaster.
Train more in kung fu before you come back. I'll spar with you anytime you like.
Thank you, Grandmaster.
Do I literally need to have a higher level of kung fu?
Hey, Shenhua.
What is it, Yo?
Do you remember the cormorant fisherman at the dock?
A fisherman? Oh yes, we saw him when we arrived in Niao.
It turns out he's a martial arts master.
A master? That's impressive.
I know.
So, is he going to help us?
Well, we sparred. But he said my kung fu wasn't good enough to teach me anything.
I see.
We did, yeah.
So, what do we do now?
It was necessary to get
I've
a
got to
VIP
get better
membership.
kung fu. It's the only
The Golden
way.
Goose.
Theo, I'm going to go back to the room.
Okay.
I feel like there's an actual serious problem here with...
Hey, you!
Uh-oh.
Yes?
You need to pay for your room tonight.
Sorry. I don't have anything on me right now.
You don't have any money?
I'm sorry.
Fine, I'll just put it on your tab.
Oh wow, they're gonna make me chop
If
wood?
you can't pay, then you're gonna have to chop some wood. I have a pile next to the hotel.
Got it.
Because it's nighttime, it won't send me out to chop it right now. Not a problem with Shenmue specifically. There's a problem with the genre of like video games in general and like anime in particular.
Looks good. Guess I'll take
Like the whole power level problem, right? The escalating threat, the Dragon Ball Z issue where like things always have to be getting worse. We always have to be fighting a threat that's more dangerous than the last threat. If the last one was able to blow up planets, the next one has to be able to blow up the galaxy, right? Which is kind of what it feels like what One Punch Man is trying to riff on and subvert a little bit. But it feels true in video games that like I beat that guy at the end of Shenmue 2, so like Ryo shouldn't be able to just lose to a rando unless if the game really tries to explain it, but that's not like how real life works. Real life also isn't like searching for specific elemental weaknesses either.
Found herbs here in Niao.
Really? Even here?
Yes, and the shops here pay a lot more for them than the shops in Bailu.
Oh yeah?
There's a hospital and a pharmacy too. I guess with all the people living here, there's a greater demand for medicine.
You're probably
True.
right about that.
I'd like to give some to my father and take him to the hospital here.
Yeah. You mentioned that he wasn't always in great health.
No, he wasn't.
It'll be okay,
Thank you, Dio.
I wish we didn't have this problem though, because I feel like it's like a human perception problem, right? Like I felt that Breaking Bad did a pretty good job. Like it's not like a fight anime, but you get like parallel villains in Breaking Bad that are testing different things for your characters, right? So even though like Gus is one of the most intimidating characters in the show, he's not the final boss, and the final boss is more like a challenge for Walt specifically. Walt is really the final boss, spoilers. And same thing for like Better Call Saul. You're getting these escalating villains, but they're not always escalating directly. It's not always, oh, you beat the local drug dealer, so now you have to beat his boss, and then his boss, and then his boss. Yeah, right. It seems hard. I don't know how you do it believably without the audience being annoyed.
That cormorant fisherman is a grandmaster? Huh, I guess you really can't judge a book by its cover.
Sure, yeah.
So, did you find out what style that monster uses?
He didn't tell me.
Does that fisherman even know?
I'm not sure. I sparred with the Grandmaster, and he said my kung fu was lacking. That it'd do me no good to know.
You idiot. You can still win even if you don't have enough kung fu.
Right, Johan.
Really?
Hold on. Hey, is there anywhere you can learn kung fu?
At some school or dojo, I suppose. Oh, there might be a martial arts expert there.
Well, go look for a place that teaches kung fu.
Good idea.
Yeah, I feel like the issue is that, and this is what One Punch Man is kind of subverting. It's this idea that like the jeopardy revolves around who wins the fist fight, right? Like who once the I hate a lot of movies like this where it's like the story is being resolved by the action scene instead of by character decisions or something. Because for me, like a movie like Fury Road works really well because the resolution to the film isn't just does Max do a good enough job in the race and do a good enough job with the guns to win the fight. It's all based on choices that he made and risks that he took, right? And same for Furiosa and the other characters in the movie. Like everything ends up being about humans making choices and not about who punched harder. I don't know how you could do a kung fu game that's about character as opposed to punching harder.
Practice your kung fu on a wooden dummy, or polish your techniques by
I guess that's kind of what they're trying to go for with
come back again. You're welcome here anytime.
the masters in this game. They're pointing out something that Ryo is bad at.
Excuse me.
Are you
The Jade Empire works pretty well, I would agree.
Actually, I have a question.
Oh? And what might that be?
It's about kung fu.
Ah, then you've come to the right person.
I had a run-in with a martial artist that uses an unorthodox style.
Unorthodox?
Yeah. There were animal movements mixed in.
Animal movements?
Yeah. I was wondering if you could identify it.
This martial artist, do you know who he is or where he's from?
Oh, he's the Red Snakes big guy.
Red Snakes? I heard that a young man's been waging war on them. That's not you, is it?
I don't know about war, but yeah.
How reckless. One man alone cannot stand up to an entire gang.
I know, but...
It's best not to get involved.
I see.
That wasn't very helpful. For another place. Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe the original sin with this game specifically is this problem of they don't want to make Shenmue is not a fighting game, it's an investigation game. And a weird social simulator, kind of. So it doesn't have a robust enough fighting system that you can have like the Dark Souls experience of being put in front of a really difficult boss and failing against it repeatedly until you learn its moves and overcome it. Because that's kind of how video games solve the problem, I think, is that sort of like feeling of overcoming. But here, like, I've beaten the guy both of the times I fought him, but for cutscene reasons I lost because Ryo is supposed to lose at this point in the story. And that would probably be fine in a movie, but I guess it doesn't work as well in a video game. I don't know what you could do to change it, though, to be honest. It might not be fixable without them, like, really spending a ton of dev time on
Do you know where I can practice some kung fu?
Wonderful
the combat.
question. You're practicing kung fu?
I am.
Let's see. I hear there's a practice spot over by New Paradise. I haven't been myself, but I hear good things.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks, man. And I don't think it's even correct for Shenmue to like have a really crazy, robust, difficult combat system. Like, I would be kind of grossed out if they spent a bunch of resources on that, right? I've been relieved to see that so much of the game is chopping wood, you know, catching ducks and stuff like that. And then I'm basically getting by in all the fights by just alternating between two different moves. That's fine. I don't want more out of it than that, really. It's a rich couple.
Excuse me.
Oh, it's you. What do you want?
Do you know where I can practice some kung fu?
Kung
I don't think
fu?
it's solvable.
Don't tell me you're trying to become a martial arts master.
No, that's not it.
That's almost a shame. It suits a brat like you.
I'm looking for somewhere I can
He
practice.
just ignores him, asks the question again.
Now, why would I know anything about something like that?
I see.
If you want information, go ask a shopkeeper around here for help.
Okay then.
I don't remember Shenmue 1 well enough. I feel like I need to play it again or like watch my playthrough or something after having played this to see if it really is doing anything better. I think it definitely front loads the investigation part more and isn't kind of falling back on the combat power level as like the core thing moving the story forward.
Excuse me.
Looking for a quick hit? Welcome to the newest hotspot in Yaowu, the Muran Cafe.
Do you know of anywhere I could practice kung fu?
Kung Fu, huh? You've come to the right place.
Huh?
We offer Kung Fu practice sessions. The owner can fill you in on the details.
Okay, thanks. Excuse me.
Hello, and welcome. Welcome to the Muran Cafe.
Do you know anyone well-versed in kung fu?
What for?
I need to ask about styles with animalistic movements.
Animal styles? Sorry, that's not my thing. I know more about Nan-Tren and practice dummies.
Would any of your customers know more?
I'm really not sure. Sorry I couldn't be of more help.
That's no problem.
Want to at least practice some kung fu now that you're here? Practicing your horse stance is free.
Horse stance, huh? Never mind. I should see where else martial artists gather.
Something I can help you with?
Do you know where martial artists usually hang out around here?
Probably over at Liu Ha Hall? A lot of people go to train under the instructors there.
Liu Ha Hall?
It would be weird if it ends up being Liu Ha Hall, given that he sent me to his master and his master is sending me back now, right? it. Yeah, losing to Chai just kind of has. I mean, that's a thing that should happen in most stories, right? Like, you should lose to somebody early on so that you can overcome them later. Fail in some way so that you can improve. But it doesn't feel like it's like phase 1 of the formula of lose to guy, learn weakness, beat guy. I don't think any of this is like a massive condemnation of Shenmue 3. Like, I think it probably brings it down a peg below the first game, but it still is fundamentally like what I like about the series and the insane, ridiculous scope focus that makes no sense at all. Like Terranin was saying, like bumping the lamp over and over and over in ways that are imperceptible to most people.
Hi, Mr. Sure.
Well, look who it is. Did you find Grandmaster Bay?
Yeah, but he said I don't know enough Kung Fu. Which is true. I don't know anything about it.
Ah, I see.
I figured someone around here might know about Kung Fu.
Well, as you can probably tell, I'm your only hope.
Yeah, I guess so.
Hey, don't sound so disappointed. Come on, let's have a little sparring match.
What?
That's weird. Is it actually going to be him? Oops. Just barely not gonna finish it, aren't I?
You need to improve your kung fu, don't you?
Sure.
Well, you can get into a horse stance over there. Why don't you try it?
Dude, I've done so much fucking horse
Maybe I
stance.
will. Never mind. It doesn't look like there are any other martial arts experts around here.
What's troubling you?
Do you know where martial artists usually hang out around here?
I've popped into the Muran Cafe once or twice.
I already went there, actually.
You did? Guess you like it too, eh?
Yes, but do you know any others?
Oh yeah. How could I forget?
You know some?
I keep hearing about this spot where you can bet on fights.
Oh, Rose Garden?
You looking for a street fight?
Bet on fights, huh? Where is this place?
I don't know, actually.
I see.
That was like the first place I went at the start of the game. I'll go head back there now. Need to get some money though. I'm gonna be really in debt. I keep skipping the leaving the hotel stage here. Makes me think we're near the end of Niawu. That would be funny. He literally just needs to be level 35 or something. I guess it requires that you buy a certain number of moves. Which requires interacting with some of the side content more. Looks like handsome Squidward. I don't know if I'm going to be able to articulate how I fully feel about Shenmue 3 before I finish it, but there's a lot of things where like half of it is great and half of it feels like it's lacking, but it's in a way that I can't quite put my finger on. Like, for example, Shenmue 1 had a lot of cool, like, I don't know, Indiana Jones stuff, like, you know, going underneath the dojo and finding all the secret stuff. And a lot of the story was based around doing like weird secret shit like that, like getting the passcode to call the phone number at the docks. And there's some of that in this game. There's the part in Bailu where you go up and you do the little puzzle on the bell tower. But it feels super rushed. It feels like the part where you have to get like the 8 different pieces to put into the bell tower, and they're just all in that lady's house. I'm like, okay, at some point during development, getting those 8 pieces was an Uber quest in Bailu, and you had to get them from all over the place and do a bunch of different things. They ran out of money or they ran out of time, and they changed it so that you just get them all there and then quickly end the chapter.
Hey, kid! Think you've got what it takes?
Actually,
I'm not hating it. I'm having a good time, but
Best to let your fists do the talking. That's what I always say. Now step right up.
I'm looking for a martial arts expert.
A martial arts expert? What are you planning to do when you find them?
Well, I recently saw someone use a strange style of martial arts.
A strange style?
Yes. The techniques were based on how animals move. I'm curious to know what that style is called.
I see.
Do you know anyone who could help me?
I might.
Really? Please tell me.
If you really want to know, then get on up here.
What?
If you win, I'll tell you. You want to know, don't you?
Okay, I'll do it.
All right.
That's pretty low.
It's yours for 800 tokens.
You said 800 tokens, right?
The entry fee, kid. The entry fee.
Now's not a good time.
Suit yourself. Come back when you're ready, kid.
Waste. I should have fought him, those guys, a few more times.
Hey,
look, you win.
Fine.
All right.
No.
Suit your...
Some tokens out of...
Super exciting. Super exciting. Super exciting.
Hi there.
I'm sorry. Can you wait for a moment?
Okay.
I have really bad stage fright. If I don't repeat my lines over and over, I can't remember what to say. I'm sorry, but could you wait until I'm finished practicing? It's only about 100 more times. Super exciting. Super exciting. Super exciting.
I'll come back.
Okay.
Frogs?
It's super exciting! Step right up for the frog race!
Love this game.
How much will you wager?
Bet it all.
Go ahead and choose your frog.
Go with the classic. I cheer the frog on. Oh wow, this is way faster. No! I think I made it, right? No, I was in there!
Too bad.
I'll come back.
Come.
How could you do this to me, game?
It's
Super exciting.
how much?
Oh shit, I didn't do enough. Damn it.
Too bad. You.
I'll come
So
back.
weird that you're allowed to just press start and end anything, causing you to fail it.
It's how much? Go ahead.
Okay, that went better.
You won. Why not play again?
Nope, I'm good. Damn,
I'll come back.
Come.
it's really good money. What am I doing chopping wood all this time? I guess I have to be able to turn that into money after the fact instead of tokens, which is hard.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Hey,
look, if you want to talk, get your ass in the ring. You win.
fine.
All right.
Here.
All righty.
Let's get started. Let's get sweaty.
And now for today's special bout. I don't know who he is, but give this drifter some applause.
Huh?
And his fearsome opponent? Feast your eyes on the ultimate weapon, forged through endless practice.
Hey, Riff Tamblin.
The Mad Eagle, Riff Tamblin.
You wouldn't like me when I'm angry.
Suck it, Riff Tamblin.
Not bad, kid. Here's your reward.
Thank you.
Huh? You want something?
Please tell me about the martial arts expert.
Martial arts expert?
Yes. You said you knew something.
Oh, that.
Please tell me.
Why don't you ask at the martial arts shop over there?
Why?
Did you think I would know about what martial arts styles look like?
Right.
I'm
Right.
sure you can find out at the martial arts shop. That's what I know.
I see. Thank you.
Sounds so disappointed.
Excuse me.
What is it?
Where's the martial arts shop?
Out front, I think.
Got it. Thanks a lot.
Sending me back to Guan Yu, is he? I think he is, actually. Maybe it literally is just get your kung fu up to a certain level. This is a way to make sure you engage with a certain amount of the content, but
Excuse me.
Ah, welcome to my shop.
I'd like to ask something about martial arts.
I love martial arts. Ask me anything.
I saw a form with a strange stance. I was wondering if you could tell me its style.
should have just asked this in the first place.
Interesting. Tell me more about it.
The movements were really wide, and he could strike even from a distance.
And the stance?
The guy kept his head low and his arms raised behind him. Do you know what this style is called?
I need more to go on. Anything else you can tell me?
There were animal movements mixed in.
Animal movements. There's so many. It could be the white crane, snake style, tiger fist.
He used multiple animal movements.
What kind of animals?
If I were to guess, those moves.
Snake?
He looked like a snake.
Snake, you said? There is a unique form called snake style. Any other animals?
Those moves.
Making the crystals.
Sailors.
Landi, the language of Chinese.
black car.
Metal Gear.
Can't say I know what those are. Monkey?
He looked like a monkey.
A monkey? The Xingyi Liuhe trend teaches a so-called monkey form. Any other animals?
Those moves.
Elephant, I guess?
He looked like an elephant.
Elephant, eh? That's news to me. Maybe go to India if it's elephants you're after. Any other animals?
Those moves.
Must have been dragon, presumably.
He looked like a bear.
Huh. First I've heard of that in the Xingyi trend.
Any idea what it might be?
Not a clue. Sorry, bud.
Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
The ultimate branching
try
path.
asking elsewhere.
Like, you get the wrong move, and they make two versions of Shenmue 4. Shenmue 4 Red and Blue, based on your decision in this conversation.
Excuse me.
If it's martial arts you see.
I do need...
Not a
Okay, maybe I should try visiting another
Okay, so I can't try again. Dragon Panda. Snake. Monkey, dragon, panda, I guess. I should have checked for a shop card. Oh well. So I do need to wrap before the hour's up. I got wrapped into helping the HOA with something tonight, sadly. So I might try to find this next shop and I might call it there. Drunk tank. Oh my god, Ben! Jesus Christ. 1 second, he just knocked my monitor over. Okay, that used to happen way more frequently. I used to have way less desk space. I like set up an entire secondary table behind my desk to put the monitors on so that they had a ton of room to wiggle around when he bumped into them, but he just like charged the stand that the monitor sits on and the whole thing fell over. Didn't break anything, fortunately. I've seen a few other martial arts shops.
Hello there. Reasonably
Where's the martial arts shop?
Martial arts shop? There's one just over there.
Okay, thanks.
Kung Fu Tussle.
Pardon me.
Huh? Sorry, I thought you were a fellow martial artist. Might I ask what your name is?
You can call me Hazuki.
All right then, Mr. Hazuki. Sorry for not introducing myself sooner. Call me Xiang, owner of Kung Fu Tussle.
Mr. Xiang it is then. Pleased to meet you.
The pleasure's all mine.
Excuse me.
What can I do for you?
I'd like to ask something about martial arts.
Well, this is a martial arts supply store. I can probably answer your question.
I like his
I saw
shirt.
A form with a strange stance. I was wondering if you could tell me its style.
Right. Can you tell me more about it?
The movements were really wide, and he could strike even from a distance.
And the stance?
The guy kept his head low and his arms raised behind him.
Fascinating.
Do you know what the style is called?
That's really not enough for me to guess. Could you describe it more?
There were animal movements mixed in.
Animal movements.
Animal movements. Well, that helps. It could be the white crane.
Oh wow, he almost has the same dialogue.
Tiger fist.
He used multiple animal movements.
What kind of animals?
If I were to guess... those moves.
Those moves.
He looked like a snake.
I've heard there's a martial arts style that took its inspiration from a snake. What other animal forms were there?
Those moves.
He says those moves to himself every time.
He looked like a monkey.
There's a form in Xingyi Chuan called monkey form that mimics monkeys. What other animal forms were there?
Those moves.
I don't know why that's a dragon. I guess like a...
He looked like a dragon.
Big serpent.
There's a form in Xingyi Chuan called the dragon form. What other animal forms were there?
Those moves.
Panda.
Is that a panda?
A panda? Sounds popular.
What do you mean, popular?
I mean, think about it. Can you imagine anything cuter than a fluffy little kung fu panda?
Ah. Any idea what it might be?
I don't know. Sorry.
I see.
Okay, so it's definitely Xingyi
I run a
Chuan.
martial arts shop, but I'm still a grasshopper when it comes to knowledge.
I'll ask around then.
It's definitely not a panda. It is a bear. Basically, everyone's identifying... Some of them know specifically which ones they come from. It still looks from a distance like a happy dog face. That's the nose in the middle, and those are the happy eyes on the left and right. And you get close, and it looks more like the red snakes. But
I better eat something before I fall over.
if there was one over here.
Excuse me.
Need something?
Where is the martial arts shop?
Heaven's Fist, you mean? It's next door.
Got it. Thanks for the tip.
You guys almost have as many martial arts shops as Bailu has stonemasons.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Ah, can I help you find something?
I'd like to ask you something about martial arts.
Martial arts? You are in a martial arts store. I can probably answer your question.
I saw a form with a strange stance. I was wondering if you could tell me its style.
Can you describe what it looked like?
It's like
the movements were
Abbott
really
and Costello
wide,
routine.
and he could strike even from a distance.
And the stance?
He kept his head low and his arms raised behind him. Do you know what this style is called?
Who knows? I can't tell with just that information. What else can you tell me about it?
There were animal movements mixed in.
Animal movements? There are so many. It could be the white crane, snake style, tiger fist.
He used multiple animal movements.
What kind of animals?
This guy didn't stand up, though.
Those moves.
Those moves. I assume that has to be Snake. I don't see how... Mantis, you think his arms would be like this, right?
He looked like a snake.
The snake style exists in the northern schools. There are those who say it has evolved into a form unto itself. What other animal styles did he use?
Those moves. He looked like a monkey.
There is a style called Monkey Fist. There was once something resembling Monkey Fist in the Xingyi Lu Ha Shen school called Monkey Form. What other animal styles did he use?
Those moves.
Those moves.
Still like that one being elephant, though. The trunk moving back and forth.
He looked like a dragon.
There is a singular dragon style I know of. Xingyi Shen had a dragon form. What other animal styles did he use?
Those moves.
It's like a Chinese dragon. It's more like a serpent. Yeah.
He looked like a bear.
Xingyi Chen had a bear form, as did Xingyi Lu Ha Shen. A brave aura that utilizes multiple animal forms. His style is most likely Xingyi Lu Ha Shen.
Xingyi Liu Ha Tren.
They say the Shaolin monks hold the original teachings and developed the style from it. The specific forms they use are derived from the 10 great spirit animals.
10?
10?
What you probably witnessed were a few of those forms.
Can you tell me more about the style?
Yes. It has also been called one of the strongest styles of practical kung fu.
How do I beat it?
Its ability to strike from a distance is unparalleled, but dodge that and you'll find an opening. If I were to recommend a style designed to take advantage of those openings and strike at close range, it's Baji Tren. You could use a Baji Tren signature move, or...
Wait, what signature
How
move?
expensive is it?
The reverse body check.
Reverse body check?
Oh my god.
If you learn this technique, you'll have a fighting chance.
It's a lot of wood.
Will you make the purchase?
Rubber shuriken. Body check. Yeah, right.
Another time.
That is... Come back.
Got it.
5,000 UN. Okay. I need to wrap there to prep for this dumb HOA thing. Future Mars said you need to make 5,000 UN. You might have a faster time with it if you just gamble on the frogs in the Rose Garden. You have to figure out how to turn those tokens into money, though. I think you have to go to a prize exchange, get a bunch of prizes, and then sell them to a pawn shop. But it should be faster than chopping wood or chasing ducks or whatever. So do that. Buy reverse body check. I think that's all you need to know. Yeah, and just a comment on Shenmue. Like, I feel like kind of what he's going for is this, like, you know how Bruce Lee was really obsessed with making like a mixed martial art that combined all of the different styles into one. And he made his own style. It was the XKCD comic about, like, there's too many standards. We need to make a new standard that's universal. And now there's 14 standards instead of 13. Like, that's basically what happened. But I think if the whole idea is Ryo, for some reason, believes he needs to learn every possible martial art, that would be cool. But I feel like the way you need to construct that is not around he needs to learn every single martial art in order to beat specific opponents, right? Maybe he's convinced that Lan Di is a master of every martial art, and so he needs to master them all too. And so it's not as much about overcoming, like learning that this guy's a water elemental fighter, so I need to beat him with a lightning elemental style, right? It's more like going to different masters and then losing to the master because the master does something that he didn't expect. Like, it would be cool to have one where he like learns about judo and has to like use his opponent's momentum, right? Anyway, I don't think it's bad, but it is getting kind of formulaic at this point, I would agree.
Eat something.
Catching ducks is where it's at.